my god, I hate YouTube. I hate YouTube. I hate the... Oh my god, I hate YouTube streams. I hate this. Why is it that I have to keep the window open until it finishes? That's so fucking stupid. That's actually so dumb. I clicked the go live button, but I didn't keep... I clicked the go live button, I minimized the window, and then it doesn't go live. I have to keep the window open. This is why Blue stopped streaming on YouTube? I see. Well, I'm doing it mostly to have an archive of the stream. So, because I hate I kind of am annoyed with uploading only after, once the stream is over. So I'm just gonna do this instead. But yeah, this video is really sick. I love I know of the video that you're talking about, the Singapore IQ one. I don't like it because I think it's very true, but very annoying because I hate people like that. But this one, this video I love.
'20th. Rank 20th. Keluar. All these years you fucking joke. Keluar. You made fun of me talking shit about my food.
Keluar. You didn't even make the top 100 best food cities.
Yeah, I know it's not showing the browser tab. It's not supposed to. It's fine.
What? Article 2, kau bayar berapa? Sponsor post kan?
If I pay, why the fuck would I put myself at 20th? Look at me. Hey, look at me. Hey, no, don't look at Penang. Don't look at Malacca. They didn't make the list. Look at me.
I know you take a lot of pride in your food, okay? I know that. I respect that. Let's make a deal. Free water supply and Budi 95 for 5 years. In return, you can claim you have better food than me whenever, wherever you want.
Fuck.
Oh, food is everything to you. The only thing you have against me. You don't want that?
Yeah, what does SNK
You
do?
got 24 hours. If I don't hear from you, don't ever talk about my food again. Don't reply or repost on X. Okay?
Merry Christmas, J-Man. Please don't send this to your Singaporean friends.
I love this guy's videos because he manages to capture the accents and the accents and the fucking the languages so well. An AI trailer for the season 2 announcement? Nah, I have to clown on that. What the fuck? Okay, wait. SNK. What is this? I have to look at this.
The prophecy foretold that when the eclipse came, legends would emerge from the darkness to rule the city of wolves and bring even more fury to Southtown.
What is that, Cammy?
Hoon returns to defend his family honor.
That's not what he's gonna look like in the game.
Nightmare Geese rises from the dead.
Geese Howard in February, okay.
Blue Mary
Oh, Blue Mary.
Justice to Southtown.
That might encourage me to actually help him. I'm not gonna lie.
And Wolfgang hunts for new worthy opponents.
Oh, Krauser?
But two shadows remain unseen, waiting to reveal themselves. Experience the fighting game of the year with the first ever monthly character drops, the highest prized fighting game tournament, and all new balance updates. To rule the city of wolves and bring even
It's just
more
a weird
fury,
ass energy to it.
returns to defend his
Like, why do we have this fucking weird ass like rendition face here? And then Geese looks like Geese. And why is he sitting on his own grave? I know the idea is that he broke out of his grave. Why is there a fucking helicopter in the background? Why is there a random, like, American spray paint flag? What is any of this?
Nightmare geese rises from the dead.
Called Nightmare Geese?
Blue
Herbal Pharmacy. Is that what it says? Look at Kim's arms proportions, they're so off.
the darkness of wolves, and bring more fury to Southtown. Kim J.
Yeah, this is like, one of these is Ryu's arms, and then the other one is like Sean's arms.
Hoon return.
Why is the city on fire? The fold of his socks are also too clean. It's monthly though. Yeah, it is monthly. You mean the prince can hire more YouTubers to promote their bullshit? Yeah. You know that the
his family honor.
Yeah, I'm guessing so. Why's he got the rope thing down there? What is up there on the cathedral ceiling?
And Wolfgang hunts for new worthy.
Why are there so many? What is with all the AI wolves, dude? What the fuck is this? Why does he have a hat on? Is he supposed to be Terry? What is this? Ew, the nose. I know. I know. Why did he morph with Terry? I think that's Terry. Why does Terry look like that?
New worthy opponents.
Because, like, Terry's older now, but he's not that old. There's not enough breathing room for each character to shine. That's what they want from 2XKO. Fucking ask the AI. Yeah, I know, right? Weird as shit.
But two shadows.
And they want, like, all the AI wolves in there as well. Weird as fuck, man. This shit's weird as hell. Anyways, enough fucking around. AI needs to stop, man. Yeah. Enough fucking around. Let's get back to it. Is idiot. YouTube is idiot. Thank you, M9. Thank you. They could have just edited the gameplay clips together. Yeah, right. Anyway, since Germanic won, I guess Susato will be Germanic. Will be German. What is German? German accent. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott. Oh, you should look oh, it's slowly turning into Irish. My hatred for AI generative content knows no bounds. Exactly. Welcome in Hive's Hive's PhD. Cyan and I can do a better job than that AI slop. I believe you. Kenshira's coming to city. They more or less confirmed it. I don't know why they're acting like it's not. Browser is gonna sound like the Coca-Cola kid? What do you mean? Intro is sick, but I don't want the game because unless it's dirt cheap. Same. There's Susato. Oh my god, this side cave is full of weed blood smoking. We should Shit, I might not be able to do German. Where is... Kenshiro is sick, but now I don't want to buy the game unless it's dirt.
Hat mir einfach erlaubt, dass ich Cola trinken darf. Wie cool ist das bitte? Jetzt zocke ich Fortnite und trink Cola.
Yes, this is exactly the voice I'm trying to get. Thank you. It's like Cola. No one will play City of the Wolves now? Yeah. I'd rather play KOF 15, honestly. This side cave is full of blood smoke. I think I can raise my voice for Susato. I shall accompany you. No, that's still reaching into Irish/Scottish. No, I'd rather not play KOF 14. That game is ugly as sin. Let's all play KOF 98. How about that? I shall accompany you. Mad sauce. What do you guys have to say? What does everyone have to say? What's the magic word? What is the magic word, guys? Who is the artist? Who is the artist, Madsus? You spelt it wrong. Madsus, come on. You know better. There you go. Everyone give it up. Everyone give it up to our boy. All right. Okay. Then 3, 2, 1. Oh. All right. Now I can do the Russian accent in this one. I mean, I'm still trying to. I said I'd do German. I could do Russian accent, but the Russian accent, different from what was voted. Yes, I could do Russian. The catboy disease has claimed another. I always had it, man. It was always here. I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to say, you've dropped into the wrong hoedown if you thought this was gonna be different. But yeah, I need to channel the Coca-Cola boy. I shall accompany you. I shall accompany you. I shall accompany you. I shall accompany you. That's it! Why did I not think of it? Medic! It's Medic from TF2! How does Medic sound? How does Medic sound? And that's how I lost my medical license. Let's go practice medicine. Swans. Good. Uber charge ready. Let's say, yes, I shall accompany you. Yes, all right, we're in. We're in. I got it. 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 All right then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you. All right then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. All right, we got it. We got it. We got there eventually. I figured it out. She's gonna be the medic. Okay, Japanese Omni-Man. There we go. Ugh, this is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Omni-Man. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. He does look like Omni-Man. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never get granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected. You were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand! Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true, nevertheless. I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry, what do you mean? You'll soon understand, once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Oh wait, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It seems that our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway! This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. It's a marriage question, and so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. What's interesting is that he said that Kazuma should not be my defense lawyer. 22nd November, 9 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Oh, we're back to Courtroom 2, huh? So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh! Yo! He's got a... The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Oh, shit, my bad. Sorry, my bad, sorry. Wait, let me read the last two. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendants in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I trust in the process. I am the GOAT. I am the spirit of... Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear. Yes! I defend myself in court. It's a sport. I get signals from the source. It can twist and it can contort. I can feel like I'm a Porsche. I'm Carrera. Error. I defend myself in court. It's a sport. I get signals from the source. It can twist and it contorts. I just feel like I'm a Porsche. I'm Carrera. Error. Lies to the judge. I don't know the rest of the lyrics. Kazuma, you cock. Nah, let him cook. Let him cook. We've seen him cook in the past. Come on. Have some faith. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself in court. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. I was gonna make so many jokes. He said, you think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Sassy sassas. Sussy sus sus about Kazuma, you mean? Or sussy sus sus about the professor? I feel like the professor's the one that's a bit sussy sus sus. I'm trustworthy of Kazuma. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident that he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo? Oh, yes, exactly! Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous, I can't even remember that. What was it again? Yunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press E for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. E. You'll find you'll find details about the victim here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. I have no idea what an E button is. Kazuma, what the fuck are you talking about? Have you been smoking before your court sentence? Okay, Kazuma Asogi, 23, a second year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend, and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Yujin Mikotoba, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's lawyer. Kazuma's mentor. Ryunosuke, what's a button? Aketsuchi Aochi, the lead prosecutor for this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. John H. Wilson. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Proof that I'm a student at Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by a loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Gotcha. John H. Wilson is Japanese. Is John H. Watson. I have been told this as well. I have been told this as well. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Try it now. Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such a profound implication. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. And you two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education, have you no honor?
But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court, therefore, wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has this trial has these unique peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Racism and colonialism strikes again. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. An Englishman with an English plan. Our nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. I'll see you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Partner. It's always the Englishman. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. Will someone think of the poor Englishman? Not me. Also, I think 10 minutes are up, so I'm just gonna come back. The British Empire, I bet their food tastes good. Sure. About that. Yeah. I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. A little after 2 p.m., loss of blood from a gunshot. Bullet did not pass through the victim's body. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? States before the court the cause of death. Cause of death. Well, obviously, that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that, in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now.
death? Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the court. Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. Well, that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Let's have a look at that photographic print real quick. So we see steak dinner, wine glass, wine, fork. He was shot on the right side of his chest. Right? There's a burn mark there, showing that he was shot at close range, assumedly, but no... I can't tell if that's like an entry hole. It doesn't look like the... It does not look like the coat was breached. Like, it didn't penetrate the coat. It's just that the gunshot residue is there. Other than that, I'm not really sure. But if he didn't get shot through the chest, right? If he didn't get... He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. Here's an interesting theory from me. How do we know that he was shot from the front of the chest? Aside from this, like, this thing over here. What if this was... It said that the bullet didn't pass through his body, right? The bullet didn't pass through the body. It's in his body somewhere. But I'm wondering, what if... Like, could it be possible that he got shot from the back rather than the front? Is that possible? It's clearly superior to her drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. If he got shot from the back, then they definitely would have. They would have literally known about it. That's true. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Ugh. The ballistic markings is on the front, yeah. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you could give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you could rein in that crazy red headband and control those cold stares first. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Why are you coughing blood? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It doesn't really bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become quite a fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. The grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, will you kindly tell the court everything about you can about the incident? At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the expiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over and there was only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried into the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Yes! Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him! Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what you saw, you amateur. But... the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruto. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. Fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to this witness. Ugh. If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in hand was the same man we see here in court today? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? There was. No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right! When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter would have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Well... I could interject, but...
I believe. Wait, okay. Let me look through the history. The lunchtime rush was over and there were only 3 tables still occupied. So we weren't alone. I'll do it. I'll say it. Yes! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Okay, I think I'm starting to remember how to play this game. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. What if Hosonaga is a fake name?
So, the court has now heard a precis of the case.
I'm gonna take a look at that. I can't. How do I flip it around? Okay. We were sitting over here. And in my recollection of events, he was over here, that's for sure. But we were probably sitting around here. Then we walked over to him. There were only 3 tables occupied, though. There's 1, 2, and then there's a 3rd table somewhere else around here. And then 厨房. And, Deguchi? I forget what the actual, how do you say entrance in Japanese? Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard at the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case in court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from the sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and to bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Zooey mama, this shit's heating up. Indeed. Professor Aouchi, please continue with the readings. Well, you were warned the young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever.
The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. Oh. Is that a funky-looking guy?
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon... Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa... Iesa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises on the 2nd District, Curio Correcta, at your service.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon.
I love how they've localized the names for the global version. Yeah, Iesa Nosa is crazy. Oh, correcta. I got it. Yes.
And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying.
But I am speaking so slowly.
He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who have an interest in the antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moments of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment he shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest,
I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moments that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by. That was the sound of a baby. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of the most acerbic afternoon. This man is vibrating. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. He said from the back and also freaking absconded curio. Someone got shot and then someone else made off with a stolen good. Well, so you, Sergeant Osa, actually witnessed the vital moment? You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim? Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, yeah, and all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Hey, Ryo! Sounds like a regular day in Great Britain. Well, if that's the truth, then there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witness testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Can you go lower for Kazuma? I will try. Before going into fucking Batman territory. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess, the Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? It's like you're not a lawyer, Ryunosuke. The prosecution objects. It is clearly a waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is... the defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you believe he is capable of it is irrelevant. Is irrelevant.
I want to go deeper, but I don't want to make it sound really cartoony. Cosmo is so commanding. He's literally just a student, actually.
Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. All right, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke.
Okay, I think I got it. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination.
Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements.
How?
You didn't fire the gun, which means that what that soldier said has to be a lie.
Well, yes, but
It's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing it is that evidence.
right, evidence.
All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke! Don't let them beat you!
Ryo, is this deep enough for you? Alright then, it's all or nothing. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef. Yep, okay. Stoling the virtues, particularly fine golden curio. Good enough. Thanks, Ryo. Okay. Black uniform varsity cadet. From the back.
Yes!
So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was...
Arr! I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet! Who else do you see around here in a black uniform,
Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well.
It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded that firearm on that man. From behind his back. And you couldn't call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon. You disgust me.
Okay, I can't present this right now, but I can...
What is it, Ryunosuke?
I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've got. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. Oh yeah, Kazuma. I'd like to thrust my evidence in someone's face and make him choke on it. Why did you have to phrase it like that? Kazuma. At least buy him dinner first. Okay, wait. Kinky. I know what he is. I know what I do.
Listen, Ryunosuke. You know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them.
Also, what is fingal? I said I meant to say finger. My bad.
Fingal. I'm waving my little finger.
I understand that, but the question is how?
Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing E. Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency? When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present your evidence with R and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case falls apart, and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record, and find an inconsistency with the witness statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness statements over and over again, as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Okay.
Yes!
Yes! Nothing's happened yet. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of the subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. How can this print possibly tell us that... What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I believe this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in the Grand Courtroom. Ugh, so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic prints presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Iesanosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadets fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, culprits shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Damn, shots fired, my dude. There's been a complete turnabout in this mood of the trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Title drop. We can go home, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for coming to the stream. The roll credits. They're finished with the game. Hell yeah.
But I definitely saw him. That university cadet right there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes.
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor.
And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Excuse me.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure.
Treasure?
Indeed, the Ho'e Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit the restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket the particular trinket of interest from my shop racete.
In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you?
On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Ho'e treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more and simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was only concerned with finding my absconded Ho'e treasure. Nothing could distract me more.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious Ho'e Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself.
No, sir. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. I love how they have to play up the politics of the time and be actively critical of how this shit works. What is your position, Prosecutor Aoji?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable... He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as Kimiko glass, your excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir.
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. It would seem those straps are a sign of the. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Tension! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was,
That young lad in black.
that much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly...
Yes. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already. There was a woman, a young woman at his table.
You must have seen her. Everyone must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you must respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
Ugh.
It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was there alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel?
Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident, as can plainly be seen, there was only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. That doesn't make any sense. Let's have a look at... Oh wait, we can't yet. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Alright. I don't understand. Let me see if I can. We have marks on the knife, but no marks on the fork. Could have someone with lipstick been using the knife. We see some pretty large chunks taken out of it. Only one other seat here. The wine was not drank yet. And that's about all we could really discern, I think. It's not really a lot we could get from that. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him.
It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Okay, let's see. Cross-examination. True culprit. It's almost the same thing.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it was an undeniable fact that I did blink. So, there you have it. Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korekta-san? I didn't see shit. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Yes!
But weren't you on the floor? Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed the gun on the floor at Miss Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at that exact moment, a gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Korban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Yes!
Alright, let me see. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Only there had been more people dining there at the time. Then someone else would have been able to notice her. No, unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
What's a clinic?
Yes, there would appear to be an entry for the date in question.
19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence as evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke?
Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really.
Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful.
Ask for it.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to this arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible venues, or all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical reports card to the court record.
Very cool.
What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first.
Okay, let me see. It doesn't allow me to tell, like, say when the... All we know now is that he had a medical appointment before and that's why he was late.
Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Corrector-san.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? Victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one.
No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why?
If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the gentleman over and out.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth?
What did you say, cadet?
I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion is just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. Ryunosuke is so mood. Yeah, I feel him right now. I'd be stressed too. That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
there's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. I too would act like Ryunosuke if I was accused of something I didn't do and got zero evidence of it. Real. Well, yeah, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical reports card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it a little more we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space and then you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use the arrow keys to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles by using WASD. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs began to pulsate, press space to investigate further. Man, Cosmo, you must love investigating pulsating objects. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at the medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. All right, I see what I can do. Okay, here we go. On the other side. Oh! Oh! Open it up. It's all smudged. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink beside water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Oh! So that means he couldn't have been the one to eat the steak. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. The medical report card's information has been updated in the court record. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely! Eureka.
We were the only personnel present. Alone he was the Englishman dining by himself.
Yes!
There we go. Well, I think,
What are you whittering? What are you whittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could, but first and foremost, I'm here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I can see it quite clearly in the cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Let the words spill out. All right, and thanks for the advice. Correcta-san. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me, have you forgotten my word so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant.
Wait. Okay, it doesn't tell me the time, though. The animations of this game. Yeah, it's really good, isn't it?
Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
But that's... Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just to make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial any further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else beside this pale-faced pupil who could have...
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could I possibly be relevant?
It also shows how so much character. Yeah, dude. Fucking love it. And you look at how his eyes change. I love like how jumpy he was before, but here he is. It is just dead on. He's determined. He knows what he wants. Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something for me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't...
Correcta-san.
What, boy? What?
As you had just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally, there's more? You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that couldn't possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know,
just had one of his teeth extracted and was experiencing the effect of the anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner.
You know what's fucking serious when the table slam SFX is an actual slam? Yo.
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plates of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant's case have turned. Kazuma, you so good. Kazuma, you so good. What the? Where did you get that? If I remember correctly, the Ace Attorney collab VTubers find it odd that AA6 Spirit of Justice had less character animations than this game in 2015. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke?
Yes, most definitely.
So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel?
Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it?
All right, the answer to the question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of.
Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... Obviously, it could have only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her.
When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that somebody else was there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. Every time I'm here, it's a different game, Shizu. That is something that I have been wondering about. Maybe I'm wondering if I should just be more consistent with the games I stream. But I did promise someone that I would stream Xenoblade. I did promise someone that I'd stream The Great Ace Attorney. And so I'm here. And on Sunday, I promised myself I would stream 2 Point Museum. And next week, we'll try out either... We'll do more 2 Point, or maybe we'll do something else. I don't know. Variety Gaming Hell. Promise me you'll stream SF6 next week, okay? I'll do multiple SF6 streams next week, okay? Will you be happy with multiple SF6 streams next week? Actually, no, I can't stream like that many times next week because I'm going to Malaysia. I'm going to KL on Wednesday. There will be a stream on Sunday, and there'll be a stream on Monday, and I'm going to KL on Thursday. So I'll have a stream. I'll have a stream for like the first 3 days of the week, and on Sunday. But there'll be 3 days in the middle where there'll be no streams. Yeah, I'm going to KL. I'm going up to visit the homies. I'm going with Zani. We're taking the train up. I'm very excited. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. The koala liquor place. What the hell? Court decides to push through a ruling at this stage. We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma.
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
Hell yeah, I don't know if I can actually see you, but have a nice trip anyways. I want to go to the locals. If you want to come down to locals, I'll try to be there on Friday.
I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about?
We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury.
Perjury?
And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit in murder?
Oh, that's what KL.
Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Correcta-san? No.
You were just following orders?
Hold on, lad, I was...
Say you never saw the gentlewoman?
Arr.
When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection! What is the meaning of this? These witnesses gave false statements. Is it true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, order, counsel, explain what is going on here.
It's painfully clear now.
You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, it's classified.
So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to the murder, are you?
No, you wouldn't. This can't be happening.
Inosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could have only been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut? Okay, wait. Who in the people? Visiting professor. Satoru Hosonaga. Yasunosa. Prostitute. We're able to flip this around now. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. This is what I was looking at. Well, that's unexpected. What is... Look, do you see what it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yeah, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job... Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. The waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. Alright, let's look at the other information we have. Oh, we can't flip this. Okay. What about this one? We can't flip it. Alright, cool. More peak? Yo, what's up, Zage? Yay. Of course, we need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How could we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, that was not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god.
I'm here for the best 2 games of the series? Yo. Are these the best 2 games in all of Ace Attorney?
I knew nothing.
Well, I can say the music's definitely, like, really sick. Though, Ace Attorney 1's music is iconic. Like, even now, I still hear the music from Ace Attorney 1. And what does the defense have to say about all this,
Well, Your Excellency.
Ugh, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
Yes!
Yes! All the music in The Great Ace Attorney are fucking bangers. AA fans absolutely love The Great Ace duology. I love every single one of it.
Well, that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san.
Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Attention! Poppycock! What possible reason could the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not have possibly had that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man were truly a waiter.
What? If he truly were?
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest.
I beg your pardon?
Or perhaps I should have said, the front? Yes! It's the front of the back of the card! That's where the telling of the detail is.
I'm sorry, it's the front of the back of the card that's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession. But that's surely... Good gracious! He's not good at speaking Japanese, his first language. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter's a police detective? I haven't heard of any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders?
Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen the foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Oh. Inspector Hosanaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized there was a possibility. Oh, what? He's a fumbling and a stumbling. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It is my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course! Your salary must be— I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant lately. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? Incidents. That would be classified police information for which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosanaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. You called the cops a bum? He did. He did call the cop a bum. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, who I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interests not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an English woman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Cosmo? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory is a young Englishwoman.
What?
You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first.
Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett.
Giselle Brett?
She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
I love Ryunosuke darting his eyes, man. I feel the pressure and awkwardness. Yeah, same.
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation.
Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government would surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of any country or our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes, sir?
You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency.
At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way.
It looks like maybe the tuberculosis would. You gotta get that checked out, man.
Court will adjourn briefly. Prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency!
Me trying to figure out the jokes in these names while being illiterate as fuck. Giselle Brett? I can only think of the, like, a really bad old-timey word, but I don't think that's the reference. Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett?
Good, then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
To be continued! Yay! Thank you all for dealing with me through this first chapter. Save current progress for sure. I'm gonna go take a piss. God, I need a piss right now. Giselle Brett, thank you, Zay. Thank you. Giselle Brett, something, reference about a gun in the Holmes books? Maybe. But right now, I desperately need a piss. Desperately. All right, I'm back. Did everyone go take a pee break? Because I think we all need it. Actually, should I go and grab water as well? I have one more bottle to go, and I don't think we'll... I think we're only going to do this first case. Because I still need to wake up tomorrow for tomorrow's stream. But, yeah. Does anyone know when this game goes on sale? I actually kind of want to buy this now. I already know some of the story anyway, but still. Yeah, man. Feels bad. You should have bought it during the January sale. The start of year sale was like 60% off. That's why I picked it up. November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants Antechamber. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't want to ever see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going on another break. To get water and snacks. I feel like I need something to eat. Give me a second. I'm back with some Ruffles chips. Reminder to self, I gotta go out tomorrow in the morning for breakfast and also to get some snacks. I think I need more snacks for myself around. That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? And I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seemed. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on the way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had even come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. I knew it was you. And I knew it would be you, you silly baby. Don't you dare jump up on my table. Don't do it. No. Oh my god, you silly cat. No. Poppy. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize, Poppy. Yes, Poppy? Yes, Poppy? Oh, you smell so good. Why do you smell so good? Why do you smell so good, Poppy? Yeah? Yes? Are you gonna be a good girl? Are you gonna be a good girl? Why are you breathing so hard, Pop? You guys hear her? She's being really annoyed with me because I picked her up off of the glass cabinet that she jumped up on top of. It's like her favorite spot now. But I can't let her be up there because when she jumps down onto my table first. And last time she did that, she disconnected my mic. So can't hear cat, unfortunate. It's unfortunate. My cat's very cute. My cat's very cute. My cat is the best. But she's being really annoying right now. I love her. I love her so much. Say hi. Say hi, Puppy. Puppy. Puppy, say hi. She's normally very chatty, but now she wants to be quiet. Hey, hi, be louder. Dandy's really loud on the Converse. He's my boy, and every time I grab him for a little too long, he starts screaming.
But she's very gentle and very polite. She's very demure. Okay, I'll let you go. There you go. Alright. Funny little cat incident.
Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as the lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst. If I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going overseas to study anyways.
What are you saying, Kazuma?
My cat's only talkative when they demand something, elsewise they rarely even let out a sound. My cats were somewhat like that as well. They bother me sometimes for care and attention, but the most talkative they are is when they need to be fed. The King of Zamunda? Oh yeah, James Earl Jones? I was afraid you'd Rest in peace to James Earl Jones, by the way. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Cosma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? You don't mind me asking, Professor. Did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume University, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that you pair will pull up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you. Hey, Victoria.
Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course.
Oh, good luck, Kazuma-sama.
You can turn them off? Oh, I can? Oh, screen flashes. There we go. Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. Treating me with a little bit more respect now. It's time. Let's get back into it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before these old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you, really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said that you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. These two have totally smooched. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 1,000,000%. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Stripling? Stripling? That one's a new one to me. God bless Wrightworth. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. That's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Do you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation's founders? And our nation founders. Again, terribly sorry.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Yeah, Kazuma's really just a Chad.
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing! Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student, and one who can arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is only one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brat!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting students from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes.
Your Excellency!
Oh, fancy hat.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea! Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Hatsatoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter of La Carnival.
Yes, we know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yeah, I think I did, didn't I? Yes, your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Yeah. I'm just gonna translate that real quick.
Oh, you lot, you fucking wankers. I'm over here with no tea in my hand, a little biscuit and crumpet. Yeah. We're gonna go down to the spoons and have ourselves a nice pint. Yeah. Oh, Wardman. Fuck you and your mums.
Why they simping? They simping. I'm gonna make her as cockney as I possibly can.
Handmade in Italy, hand stolen in Stepney.
Let me see if I can find the cockney within myself. Or make it sound like Bullet-toothed Tony.
Yeah, I killed the man.
Says it in English.
I'm terribly sorry, dear. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yuma University's medical facility.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Oh, what is wrong with my nose? Jesus. You obviously do fine in England, Cosma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court had been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, with Dr. Wilson at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order! Order in the court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency?
Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you all to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Witness testimony. Frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony indeed. No, I don't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Attention!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this Snow White angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose word the court is going to believe.
Ugh. Hey, what's up, Leviathan? The king is back? No, I mean you, dude. How was South Korea? How was Korea? How's everything? We haven't spoken. We haven't met in so long. We need to do that. Let me know when you're next free. Still making the same mistakes, for you. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. Thanks for the hydrate. Yeah, it's been my. Oh no, not the Pleco. Shit, you love that bristle nose. Do you know what it's down with? Is it ick or is it dropsy? Or is it like an inflection? Parapleco L75. Hmm. Oh, this is a new boy. Okay, never mind then. I don't think I know it. Ick. Ah, fuck, man. Ick is bad. Was it how? When did you? How long ago did you get your Pleco? You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh, but he's so annoying. Oh hell yeah! Please, yeah, I'd love to see your planted tank.
Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Sprett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she was today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm.
What about her abnormally large fucking hat? A few days ago, I guess the stress of moving around weakened it. Treating it now, though. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. If you got it a few days ago, I'd worry about infection spreading. If you have, like, a second tank to quarantine it in, that would probably be best. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witnesses to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witnesses' own words on the matter. Arr! That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could Whoa, 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 whoa. Ryunosuke, please. Why was that your first freaking thought? Blasted the tank with Ikure. I do have a tiny second tank, but no airstone/filter. Alright, good night, Leviathan. I wish your Pleco a speedy recovery. And I hope to meet up with you soon. We gotta get the guys together again. We gotta get Shinlong and everything. Hold it right there, Ryunosuke, or level 1 feminism book.
Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke.
But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day.
You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart.
You smile. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency!
Frightening and sorrowful sight.
I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day.
Yes!
After 2 p.m. in fact. That's quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late lunches are in vogue, isn't that right?
No.
A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would have lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment in the afternoon first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he had just had a tooth removed at the hot dog clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying event. Exactly as it was left?
Dear me, what a harrowing experience to have traveled to travel to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water, so it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? Let's press. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Because I'm pretty sure... Bottle of carbonated water. Okay, sure. But there's only one glass. So only one person was drinking. If only one person was drinking... He had been prohibited from drinking anything but water. I don't know about, like, it having to be normal water. But carbonated probably shouldn't make too much of a difference. I think carbonated water is fine. But the interesting thing is, I only see one glass. Like, I'm not crazy, right? There's only one glass there that's full, or like partially full. So, where's the other glass? How could you toast with only one glass?
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing?
I can't present anything yet. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to the official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could have really used that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Yes! So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Can I present it now? I can't present it now. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak. That was for you, Miss Brett. The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has their own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter? True, come to think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know where that might lead us to the goal. What might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. Okay. Yes! I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was to go over and say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. But you're afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accuser briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. The next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. And not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Yes! Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked. I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out at the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. A highly suspicious action.
That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident.
It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense.
The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. Yes! It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally.
Personally? Oh, Sanaga. Did you ask for her age before you did that? Verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." Oh, that's what you mean. Never mind. That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not?
The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. That there was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter.
Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps.
Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
Other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that she of course wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she was in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could have at least had the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him, which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, it is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. The fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Okay. There's only one glass. Huh? That's it! Just let me confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd.
Hear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ugh. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks so odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers!
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over in minutia? What
possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on this case?
Objection!
Who is she cheering to? Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the seal removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Are you going to try to tell me you can only clink with one? One hand clapping, one hand clinking. You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that's happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Well, that was a pretty clumsy way of doing it. You completely forgot your steak. Good gracious.
Sorry?
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence. Oh, please.
We must remember that the student had just murdered the lady's luncheon companion right before her eyes.
Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in a state of disarray? That's absurd.
Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are going to be accused as vulnerable, young and beautiful women of mischief? Of being perhaps a little goofy?
No, this can't just be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the woman took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by the well-to-do women in England.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on this case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we could consider the matters who have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. But she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance, there's the glass, the handbag. I think it's the handbag. What else? She was saying that there was nowhere to conceal a weapon. Let's check that handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags with small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. In which case, it would be perfectly possible to conceal a handgun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd be able to pick up on that.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant's floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. I'm sorry, you simp. She guilty. Order, order, order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Oh no. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. What do you mean? Like, if you're going to not search a lady's handbag, I definitely have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary.
Unnecessary in what way?
I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Bro, these people just be taking pictures of any. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure at this time that, like, pictures are pretty expensive. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ugh. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Man, why did you have to act like you just took a critical hit? Order, order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Alright, let's have a look at it. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Let me have a look at that evidence real quick. Why is there a mark on the hand there? It's the mark that matches the steak that he was having. Is there anything else that stands out about this whole thing? That's the glass. Just gonna check. That is the hot plate, yeah. That is the hot plate.
He looks so Jover. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied there is no further need for I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of the crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force this trial to continue. What? You mean this is it?
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find... Wait, Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case just yet.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at the photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on that day. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming quite tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but that isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. I could only just put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic prints Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. We will identify for the court where in this print we can see the significant detail to which you have alluded. I'm gonna try the hand. Yes! Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Aochi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency, but it appears Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and some other university staff. We would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
I wish I could just point out the thing. I wish. What's your thinking on this? What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with this case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right.
I am?
We can just link that burn to the case. We can do that. We might be able to prise this shutting door back open once again.
Just give up, counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than just conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on this victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it. I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between the burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Wish soon granted. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Yes!
There we go. What's this, counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say?
To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay a while with us, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection! You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean.
What is it in the photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
It's right here.
Yes!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate?
Your Excellency, are you all right?
As you can see, there's an emblem on that plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Oh. The emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection! But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it is not a particularly large burn, it's definitely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim would have let out a scream of pain. Then I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter! Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would have screamed in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us, without any question, would have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchi?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. It's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already? Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness!
Well, boat goes Benton.
Order, 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 please! Counsel, please explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right, that's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It is you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't expect this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency...
Justice system in our country may be in its infancy. But rest assured, all reasonable doubts must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Did the poison taste good at least? I don't think the poison tasted of anything. It was in carbonated water. Take off your hat, please. I'd like to see your face. What was that smile?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help.
I'm sorry. That's not. That's a little bogan Australian. Yeah, mate. Yeah. No, that's I can't go into the bogan Australian. It needs to be Rodman. Cockney. Hand stolen and come on. Handmade in Italy, hand stolen in Stepney. What do you want? A fucking... I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Yeah, I'll just be Jason Statham, that's it. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Ah.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese.
Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. I'm moving away from Jason Statham. Jason Statham, come on, Jason Statham. Yeah. I'm the transporter. I transport things. Yeah. I'm the beekeeper. I keep bees. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous values of English gentlemen. So I can see that I will have to lower myself to communicating with all of you on your level.
Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman.
Yeah, the 1900s racism is out in the open for sure.
We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you have so graciously afforded us.
I see. Well, in that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. The victim's death. Fortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burns his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving it without.
Fuck! Jason Statham!
If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that's the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. Forgive me. I hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of a victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I'll be speaking with your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. What has happened here today?
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'd have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett. Put up with a cross-examination for now. I expect you've noticed this little bully of a student, as you put it. Doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with the witness testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? I love the jiggle in his lips when he slaps himself. That's crazy. Crazy detail. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. I'm a taxi driver. I drive taxis.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? What? Ah! Ha! What fun! You hadn't realized.
The dear lady's absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brain even imagine such a thing? Can your tiny brain even imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. Yes.
Well, I can't. Anyway, when the waiter brought my steak,
Okay.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you. I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of others in court, it means bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway. Yeah. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other cause of death besides the gunshot.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Yeah. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been from the bullets your gun put an end to this innocent. It could have only been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter.
Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that.
And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought up from the kitchen, then he must have been already dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
Wait, let me check something real quick. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Okay. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Something about that's not a little weird. There's some other way.
If there's some other way a man's
Wait, actually, I've read this already. What am I doing?
Yes!
Yeah, it did not. Without leaving a trace. If someone's shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height. However a person's life is taken, there's always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police forces thoroughly examine the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a physical trace. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? I think I'm finding Jason Statham. I think I'm getting there. There must be the food or the drink. It's definitely the drink, because he was dead by the time the steak arrived.
Oh no, perish the thought calling a sweet young lady's innocence into question.
Your Honor, the gentleman died of cringe.
On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But of course.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right, La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation... Even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to you naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand? A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. Can I see everything that she said? Up until a point, I guess. Yeah, up until a point. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in our armor. Cosmo. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that has been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I wonder if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. He started coughing up blood. Whole thing about the flawed investigation. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one last time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Yes! Inferior? What do you mean by that? Wait. Takes a different direction. Vital evidence may be lost. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find that they often let their guard down. Right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke.
It all has to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with AD, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. If you catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with AD and focus on the detective, then pursue him with space and see what he's got on his mind.
Wait.
Okay, there we go.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? That's a new one. Yeah, what's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. Really was lost in his own thoughts deeply. Looked like he was thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with the testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how this works?
Absolutely not.
Hmm?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Hosonaga, yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved with flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of a crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this for example. This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. That time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. The label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. It must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? Ryunosuke was actually just about to drink the evidence. Never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Well, I think that's what we got for now. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yeah, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Okay. Raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard the post-mortem report showed no other possible I wonder. Yes! I wonder. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is a method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Britt, it was you! Objection! This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? Objection! This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever. It's you. You should be silent. Oh, of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. Please take your thing off. I want to see your eyes and eyes. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady, for what we... Kieran! Thank you for the raid! Hi, I'm Shiza, VTuber from Singapore, and we're currently playing some great Ace Attorney. Whoops, how you doing, Joe? Ignore that last bit, my bad, huh? Oh, I see. I see. I'll describe your police force as inferior. Let me give you a shout out real quick. What we guys up to? Let me see. Arc Raiders. How is Arc Raiders? I've heard a lot of people say, like a lot of people have been playing it, but I don't really know what it even is about. Also, hello Lorenzo. Hello, Lorenzo. Hello, Joe. It's been a long time since I've heard from you, Joe. How are you, dude? I hope Arc Raiders was fun. But now, sorry, Jason Statham, the transporter, beekeeper. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You shoot. I see. The only thing I know about Arc Raiders is Shroud Head-Ass thinks it's Game of the Year material, like, ever. Jeez, man. In a year with so many great games, it's kind of a weak sauce pick. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in the country at this present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. Oh yeah, I should probably catch you guys up on what's happening. Basically, British man is dead. We were accused of killing him, and we didn't kill him. It was someone else, probably this lady. It was said that he was shot, but now we're trying to convince them that was actually poison, and he wasn't. Like, it wasn't the shot that killed him. Arc Raider even got AI voice actors? Ass. Even if the voice actors give permission, it's like, no, what the fuck? It just gives, it lends a certain shade of laziness to the processions. I don't really like that. What? Are you sure? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. Shroud could just shut it, honestly. Arbiter! Sup, buddy? How are you, man? I also meant my qualms about the voice.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure.
This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from the gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no.
I'm just glad the matter is resolved. The matter's resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at the moment?
Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
What?
Please wait!
Aw, yeah, baby.
Isn't that...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on
court proceedings, your...
Sorry.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sutsato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. To the defense.
Ikatoba? My darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. What do you mean to be continued? It's already 2 a.m. I have to go to bed. How much further in this case? How much further is there in this case? We have been here how long now? 4.5 hours. Should I leave you hanging? Any AA gamers? How much longer? I need to go to bed. I think that's the last to be continued. But the last 2, like, sessions took us 4 hours. I don't want to do a 6-hour stream. I think you should save it for later. I think it's right to save it for later. And then I get to practice my other voices. I need my Jason. I need my Jason Statham to be just right. Yeah, the beekeeper. I keep bees.
And also, I need to practice my medical license for Susato, so that she doesn't sound like Mickey Mouse or anything else. Yes. Thank you all for voting on what she would sound like. And now I decided that her voice will be that of the medic from TF2. I will have to get used to using the V and the Z to pronounce different words.
But I feel like I'm gonna mess up, like, between doing a German accent and, like,
The French accent I get. The French accent I give Jacinta. Merci beaucoup.
Murdaku, I don't know how you lasted so long listening to my rendition of Jacinta's voice. But anywho's. That was a... Oh shit! Back to title. Let's go back to title. Don't save, because we're already at the... We already saved. I think it's been good. It was a good first session. I'm definitely very interested in how this game will go. I'm very interested in the later cases. This is already a pretty compelling case with some with a lot of very fun developments. So surprisingly, I think I'll have a much better time. Well, maybe not surprisingly to everyone else, but I think I'm going to have a much better time with this than I did with the first Ace Attorney. The first Ace Attorney felt like, Saera actually explained this to me, where it's, in the first Ace Attorney games, when you know something, Phoenix doesn't know anything. But when Phoenix knows something, you know nothing. So you have to kind of guess with conjecture and shit. And so far everything feels like the puzzle is satisfying to put together. I'm having a lot of fun, like just trying to figure out how the case goes, and as more drama gets added and everything. So that's definitely something I'm enjoying. Anywho's, I think it's time we raid out. You and the MC are helping each other. Yeah. No worries. Let's see who's up for raid as well. And to all the raiders from Kirei's chat, I'm sorry to ping pong you guys around a little bit, but hey, it is what it is. Moise is up. Antelope is up. On Orbi. Mars Fortuna. Not a lot of people that I normally watch being up. Kinky Mation is up. Playing Pokemon. Yo, Wookie. Baron J. Oh, efficient. On Silk Song. Alright. Or maybe we should raid someone who's on the game, actually. Same category. Is anyone on the game as well? There is! Oh, it seems like someone's very far ahead in the game. Guy named Jesus. Let's check the vibe. Vibe check, vibe check.
What's more important, having a desk with an air of authority or having eyes that work?
I might just raid this guy and then after that dip before I like close my eyes to all of the spoilers that could possibly be. But to anyone who's a fan of the game, I'm sure you guys will have a fun time watching this guy and yeah, raid and dip or cover the screen, exactly. So we're gonna go raid Jesus CH. The guy just started stream about half an hour ago, so definitely will be up for a long time. I don't know how many of you guys will be up for a long time though. It's getting pretty late. I hope you all get some rest tomorrow. Special stream tomorrow. I want to wake up pretty early to go and get breakfast before everything. But we are gonna be listening, and I hope to God, who's free at 10 a.m. tomorrow? I want to see some of you guys there. Reduku, I hope to see you there. M9, like everyone, I hope to see you there. M9, Lone. Like 10 a.m. tomorrow. Go piss girls. Because tomorrow at 10 a.m. we'll be listening to the new... We'll see if I sleep way too late again or not. Alright. But tomorrow... ASAP Rocky, baby. ASAP motherfucking Rocky, baby. Yeah.
Committed out into Resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. Got some ambition, do you? Ayo, thanks for the raid.